Welcome to the April 8th, 2025 Club Cubase livestream. My name is Greg Undo, and I'm the host of the livestream today. If you have not attended a live stream before, how it works is you can just simply ask questions in the live chat field, or you can send questions in advance to clubcubase@steinberg.de. When asking questions, if you could specify which version of Cubase you're running. So if it's Cubase LE, AI, Elements, Artist, or Pro, which operating system, if you're running on Mac, OS, or Windows, and which version number of Cubase, whether it's 12, 13, or 14, that information is helpful. When asking questions, realize that my ability to answer questions in a real-time manner may soon be eclipsed with the number of questions, but we will go through all of the questions chronologically as asked. So if you don't see an immediate response to your question, if we could just hold off on repeating the same question over and over again, that would be appreciated. It allows us to get through more questions in a live stream and quicker. We should have an index of all of the topics covered in the live stream today pinned to the top of the comments field. And if you wanted to search for topics that have been covered in previous live streams, you could go to cubaseindex.com. And we want to thank Jan from Stockholm for creating a wonderful site. We have two people that serve as moderators. We have Jazz Dude and Agent K. They're not Steinberg employees. They do this to make it a better community experience. So we want to give special thanks to them. Also, we'll give extra thanks for gratitude and our appreciation to Jazz Dude for his work with the unofficial Cubase Nation Discord, which is a wonderful resource of information with links and video tutorials that's really super beneficial for the Steinberg community. So once again, my name is Greg Undo. I work for Yamaha Corporation of America. I primarily focus on Steinberg products, and I'm the host today. I'm presenting from outside of, in the United States, from outside of Washington, D.C. area in Alexandria, Virginia. And if you're watching this live, please feel free to jump in and tell us, feel free to introduce yourself and tell us where you're from. It's always fascinating to see people from all over the world joining on the live streams. One quick programming note, I will be on vacation from the 11th through the 21st, so this will be the last live stream for a week, for a couple weeks. The week of the 21st, I will be going out to the Yamaha office for meetings. We have our corporate kickoff. If I can, I don't know what the final schedule is, but if I could squeeze in a live stream while I'm at corporate kickoff, I will, but we may not have another live stream until April 28th. And I know it's a long time, but as soon as I'm not on vacation or traveling for work, we will resume our normal live stream schedule. So I just want to give everyone a quick heads up with that. And we could just kind of take a look on the I'll, as soon as I know if I can fit in a live stream while I'm at corporate kickoff, I will kind of put it in a meeting and we'll do our usual announcements. But you could go to the youtube.com/Cubase into the live area and see if one is posted there. So it may be the 28th. I'll try to squeeze one in the 21st through the 25th that week. But I will be in a number of different meetings, so my schedule may not permit it. All right, so with that, we will go ahead and begin. All right. So you see Arif B checking in from the Netherlands. We have Stefan checking in from Sweden. We have Tim K also in the Netherlands. His cat buddy is waving hello to my cat Steven, Mark Raven's dog Stella, and any other pets that are nearby. You see Daniel from Croatia. It just says it looks forward to me breeze through the complexities of Cubase. Usually not that complex once you know what to do. So, all right, always wonderful to see Randy Lee checking in from Dallas, Texas area. Uno Memento from Finland. Always wonderful to see Jazz Dude. We have Beltram joining from Sweden. Benny also from Sweden. Tony Trunzo checking in from Australia. So he's about an hour outside of Sydney. All right, wonderful to see Fly V Vince from outside Winnipeg, or in Winnipeg, Canada. We see Jan from Cubase Index from Stockholm. Thanks for joining us and for your wonderful site. We appreciate that. He's giving kudos to Jazz Dude for the unofficial Cubase Nation Discord. We have Sasha sending greetings from Hungary. All right, this Ninja Scared asks, are you going to get an update on the drum track to zoom in and out on samples, also being able to color pads all in one besides doing them individually? So, I know that the drum track it's probably not the drum track, but the drum machine instrument. So when we come here, and as we go to, we'll select a particular, realize that this is the very first generation. We've seen some changes occur within the drum machine and the pattern editor, but this is kind of its very first generation. So I think we'll see some, obviously, as time goes on and as more maintenance releases come out, I think we'll see additional functionality, so it's not paused by any means, but I know Steinberg is aware of the issues. And we could kind of produce, I think Steinberg is in a situation where they could do all those things, but, they eventually have to release it. And, so we could think of this as kind of a version 1, and I'm sure that more of those functionalities are coming, probably in future versions, or being able to utilize it directly within, like those functionalities already exist also within the Groove Agent plugin as well. So, but regardless, I will pass it along as feedback again. All right, we see from Ninja Scared says, Greg, thanks so much for what you do. So I'm appreciative to be able to help people. All right, Randy Lee says, hi, Greg, haven't needed this, but can you burn straight from Cubase? So if it's burning a CD, so Cubase doesn't have CD burning, but you could go to Wavelab, and all the versions, I think Wavelab Elements and Wavelab Professional both have CD burning. So if you want to come over, so it's not necessarily within Cubase, but within our kind of mastering program. So if we wanted to now, we would call this and go to your album. We could lay out, and come directly here. So you could write the CD. We could do all of the CD metadata, all the CD text, all that information. So generally we don't have that functionality inside of Cubase to burn a CD, but within Wavelab. And if you wanted to come over here directly, you can import audio files from a CD, but it's not going to allow you to burn a CD directly from Cubase. We'll kind of leave that in the Wavelab realm. All right, so we see Ali Danesh saying hi and hopes that everyone is doing well. I see Millard Brown is wishing me a happy vacation. Thank you very much. Looking forward to it. Be nice to have a little bit of downtime. All right, we have Roland Stuff tuning in from Sussex in the UK. Okay, so B. Simpson asks, thanks, re-beginning producer from the Netherlands. I've had a break of 7 years. Technology has changed a bit, so I have to study a bit again. So, yeah, so if anything, I think, all the systems are working, like all the computers are, like the hardware is more stable, the operating systems are more stable, and where we may have run into kind of restrictions with computers 7 years ago, I think it's less of an issue now. All right, Dallas LaRue asks, I could take an audio drum sample from the MediaBay, drag into a pad in the drum track, and then added to a project as a MIDI or pattern event. So let's say I want to, we'll just add a new drum track here. So we'll just say, okay, let's add a drum track. Okay, and I'm just going to choose to do this as a pattern event. So let's say now I want to come over, let's find some different drum samples. So we'll say, okay, let's come over to our Groove Agent library. So now I want to just kind of search for kick. All right, so let's say I want that kick, and I'm just going to drag it to C1, and let's come over and let's go to the snare. All right, so now we will have, let's say, our kick and our snare. All right, so we come. Let me see if I can find it. All right, so I'll just replace this. All right, so now we have our kick and snare. So if we want to incorporate these into our project, you know, an easy way is to, if you're using the drum machine, is just to go to the pattern editor. And now I could just say, okay, I want to take kick and snare like so. So we'll come here and I'll just mute this pocket piece so as we play. So this is now kind of running on its own, like its own kind of sequencer. And if we wanted to, let's say, add a hi-hat. So I'll go back to my drum machine and let's say, okay, let's add a hi-hat. So I'll just search for hat. All right, and I'm gonna put the hi-hat here. This will automatically now, we go to our editor, will show up. So I will now just kind of add in hi-hat pattern here. So this is kind of running in its own sequencer that's running in sync. So when I stop and play, and now if I wanted this particular pattern to be placed into the project, we could just come right here, just to the left of the pattern, drag that out, and now we could see our pattern will appear. I will turn on my J so we can snap to the grid here. Okay, so now we can see our pattern. So once we do this, the pattern's going to stop playing in sync with the Cubase sequencer. And if we wanted to kind of move this like a traditional event, now if I wanted to do a variation on that particular pattern, we could just say, okay, let's duplicate this pattern here. So we have pattern 1, our original pattern, pattern 2, and now we could just add in a couple other hi-hat hits here. So we'll just make this a little more complex. Throw in a couple of little snare ghost notes. And if I wanted to now switch this to pattern 2, we could just now kind of do this one simpler pattern. And if I wanted to just switch this one back to pattern 1, so now as we play, so this will be the second pattern, simpler pattern, then 2 or the more complex variation. And then if we want to convert these into MIDI, we can now just come over here and we'll see just kind of from the drop down, we could on the upper left hand corner of the pattern events, convert these patterns to MIDI events like that. So we could drag and drop directly into the drum machine, any sample that you want. And from the drum machine, we could use the pattern editor, or you could just program it as a straight MIDI source, and then just drag to the project window. And at that point, you can have all of your MIDI data directly on there. So let me know if that's helpful for you, Dallas. All right, we see Martin checking in from Germany. We have Matt Elston checking in from London. Thanks for joining us. All right, so we see Stephen Kane from New York City. Thanks for being online with us today. All right. Randy Lee says, smite thine like button. I think he wants people to hit the like button. All right, so we see Ali Danesh just says feature request, Greg. I think we should be able to generate MIDI notes like in MIDI editor or drum map or anywhere else, something like the drum machine randomizer, but in a real-time kind of way. You know, sometimes, you know, random can be completely random. You know, I think one of the nice things that we do have with the pattern editor here, so while it's not this isn't going to be necessarily where we're seeing, you know, so let's say if we're here and we want it to do, like, let's say a new pattern. So I'll come here, we'll just erase that event. So one of the great things that we could do within the pattern editor is, and this could be obviously more tuned for drums, but there is a completely random generation. So we could come over here and just say, okay, if we didn't like that, you know, we could just randomize directly within the pattern editor here. We could also just say, okay, I wanted to clear out all of my hi-hats. We could just have randomization, and we could choose, okay, I want these to be random for closed hi-hats, or there's different algorithms for randomness within the kick or snare drum. So if I just want to come over here, we could adjust the randomness here of our hi-hats, and then we could just simply kind of explore within, you know, so I understand kind of the, you know, and there are some functions. So let's say if we wanted to do this, some of the things that have been introduced in Cubase 14, while not necessarily random generation, can come up with, let's say we want to take particular notes, and we'll just loop a quick section here. So we'll say we'll take a couple measures. And we'll just solo this. All right, so let's take that particular phrase, and then we could actually just have play probability. So now we could say, you know, play this note like 40% of the time. So I want this downbeat to pretty much always be played. But now we could kind of just randomly assign when particular notes will be played. So we'll say, okay, I want this note pretty much to always be played on the downbeat. And this will do the probability of playing. So while it's not necessarily a random functionality for generating musical ideas, we can do play probabilities and also velocity variance. So if we wanted to get rid of the play probabilities here, we'll just make them all 100. And we wanted to kind of do velocity variation. So we could just kind of... So you could kind of combine some of those things, but there isn't like, you know, play a random electric bass part, play a random Rhodes part in MIDI. I don't think a lot of that is so useful, like for drums, where there's kind of algorithms for what a particular kick drum or, you know, what a, you know, when we look at it, what, you know, particular drum beats are often doing. You know, that's when I think it could be more useful than just kind of randomly generating like piano parts and stuff like that that don't necessarily are tied in to more harmonic, you know, patterns. So we see got your, just says, Greg, are you able to show us some of the new partner products now that they're being offered with Cubase 14? So I think I may have installed one of the partner products. I haven't gotten them all installed. I just got them installed on my personal computer today. But I think I may have gotten one of the, maybe the Lander plugin. So let's see if I come here. So I don't have all of them installed, but if we wanted to come over here, so I think it's, is it maybe under delay? I think it was beat something. Yeah, FX beats. So let's say if we want to open this up here. Well, I'll just put this on like a drum loop here. May make more sense. So I haven't really played around with it much. So I guess kind of looks more like dynamics. So let me just play this with it on. So it looks kind of like a so kind of looks like Dynamics plugin. So I think this is the only one that I've installed from the kits, but so you get some cool sounds with that one from Lander. But I'll probably before it, you know, within the month, I will probably install the other ones as well. Sorry about that. I don't have them all going. All right, so we see, all right, Millard Brown has hit the like button. All right, Randy Lee just says, Greg Wavelab got it, thanks. All right, so we have Allenstein, Japan, AJ officials, checking in from Japan. Thanks for joining us from Japan. Usually don't have many, I know it's an odd hour, but we usually don't have many Japanese attendees live, so welcome. All right, so we see Stephen Kane. Did my question carry through before the video's live by chance? So I don't think it did, so if you want to ask it again, feel free to. I think we got the one question from 1201 was the earliest question that came through. So feel free to ask it one more time. Okay, so we see Stephen Kane's question. In Logic, when passing a MIDI note, the playhead automatically goes in front of the note. Is there a way in Cubase 14 to have the same behavior? Okay, so this is when pasting a MIDI note, the playhead automatically goes in front of the note. So, okay, so let's try. Okay, so I'll extend this part out here. So let's say I want to copy these notes, and now I want, let's say, to paste. So usually when I do this, like the paste, I set with the, all right, so I come over here, just switch my master time overall here. All right, so let me know if you want to take like these notes, we copy, and then usually I kind of set the paste value from the particular events. And if I want it to select to move the playhead like to a selected MIDI event, so usually when I'm copying and pasting, I use the play position to automatically, that's where the notes are pasted into. It's based on the play position. So if I have my play position there, that's where it's pasted. If you want it to, if we go to your transport and let me just say, I think if we activate in the transport menu video files editing, and now when I select an event, if we are doing this in the project window, now that I select an event, that will go to the beginning of the event with this particular option on, and the video follows. But usually the paste is going to actually be determined, how I work, and I think many other Cubase people, is I would move the playhead and then paste relative to that playhead position. So that's where the paste starts. So I would take the notes here, copy. So let's say, just so you can see it, copy, and then I move the playhead position and then paste. And then the notes are pasted based on the position of the playhead, whereas as opposed to like the playhead cursor going, it seems maybe I'm misunderstanding, but from how kind of reading it, like that you want the pacing MIDI note, the playhead automatically goes in front of the note. So we kind of determine the position of the note based on the playhead position. So we come here and paste, but let me know if I'm misunderstanding, Stephen. All right, so we see B. Simpson just says, yes, I mentioned I came from Cubase 5, now 14 with new MacBook. I do not have to freeze anything anymore. What a blessing. Without technical barriers, I can't blame that anymore. So. All right, so Jack Bourne says, Cubase 14, having issues with MediaBay when I start to scan, but then it doesn't complete. Is there a way to fix this? Thanks for everything you do for these live streams. So the one thing to check is there could be a preference. So a lot of times, sometimes people will open MediaBay, and depending on how many files you have in your system, it may take a while to scan. There is a preference that could affect the behaviors. Let's go to your preferences or settings in Cubase. So we'll just come here. And if you go to the MediaBay, so there is a preference. So make sure that this is unchecked. So it says scan folders only when MediaBay is open. So I've seen people do this. They're like, oh, it takes a long time. I'm just going to close it. And then the MediaBay has to rescan and start scanning as soon as the MediaBay is open. So what that preference does, or settings, depending on your OS, is you can make sure that the folders are being scanned in the background when it's closed. So just make sure you don't have that preference checked there. All right. All right, so we see you got yours. Says, I want to use sampler track more. I make so many custom samples in my work, but making presets with sampler track has been so unreliable. It seems to lose the original samples, locations, and presets, retaining presets made in sampler. All right, so let's say I just... Okay, so I will just, let's navigate to, and there's some changes with this in 1402. So I'm going to just come over to my file browser, and let's just say, okay, I want to come over here to my documents, and let's say we will come over to this file. So I'm going to have some audio files in here. So let's say I want to make a sample based on this. I'm going to go to my sampler track. So we can see that this is going to be in my AXR demo files here. So I'm going to go to the sampler control, and let's just drag this bass over. Okay, so now we have this, and we'll make sure it's not solo or muted. So I'm going to say, okay, let's start our sample. Let's say right here. Okay, so now let me just move a little controller here out of the way so I can just play it from the keyboard. All right, so, and I'll just do this with a brand new project just so we could watch the folder structure here. So let's do a new project, and I'm going to, let's just create empty. I'm going to save this to my desktop. We'll call it sampler track. Okay, so let's come again over here. Let's make a sampler track. So I'm going to go again to my file browser, and okay, so I'm going to drag that sample in, and we start it. All right, so right now you can see that this path is going to be under Documents, AXR Demo files, and then it's going to be within the audio folder. So that's the path of this sample. So all right, so we have that. So what I want to do now is save it as a sampler track preset. So I'm going to, now before we do this, let's look at the MediaBay, or not the MediaBay, but the pool rather. So we'll hit Control or Command plus the letter P, and we'll see that the sampler track, we have the audio here. And when we look at the path for the audio file, I'll just make this smaller so we can see the path. We'll see that it's going to be under that this has automatically been added to this particular audio folder, because what I did is there's a preference in Cubase. So we'll just come right over here, and we could say when editing, under editing audio, to copy all files to the project folder. All right, so if I want to take a new sampler track, let's add a new sampler track, and I'll take, let's say, Groove 3. So now I take that file over, and now we have a different sampler track. So, and we have our bass here. And let's look at the file paths in the pool. So as we've done this, they've now automatically carried over into our project folder. So if we want to now save this as a preset, I'm going to come over and we'll see this preset management. So I want to save a track preset. So we're going to call this our bass. We'll call it April 8th bass. Okay, so now as soon as we've done that, I'm going to go to a new project. And once I've saved that preset, so right now we go to our pool window, and we'll see that none of these we have no audio files in this. So I want to go to user presets, and we'll say our VST instruments. Let me just, we're going to go to track presets and then to sampler. So here's our April 8th, 2025 bass preset that we just made. And now when we do this, now let's look at the path in the sampler track. And this should be going to probably the original location. So we can see that this is going to my desktop to the sampler track. So it's recalling the audio file from its existing information. But now if I want it to, let's say I record a file, we set our project folder here. So we'll go to our project menu to project setup, or shift plus the letter S. So I'm going to save this project first. And I'll just put this on a new folder. All right, so we'll say to sampler track. All right, I want to create the new folder. Let's just jump back here, say new folder. We'll call this 22. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and save this. We'll say sampler track preset as the project name. And I'm going to just record an audio file. Okay, so now we can see that this audio file, when we come over to our pool window, is probably going to be in our 22 folder. So if we wanted to now make all of these into the folder, what we could do, if we wanted to archive those particular audio files, we can just come over here and just choose Prepare Archive. So now these can all be moved into the project folder so that they're all in the project. But when you save the sampler track, it's going to reference that particular sample at its current location, and that way it allows that preset to be saved to be used in other projects, and it's not being limited to just being in a project folder. So if you archive the project, then the sample doesn't disappear from general use of if that particular sample is no longer in the project. If it was taken, migrated, and exported with the project to a different drive for backup, then the original sample location is still present. If you want the sample to move with the project folder so that someone else who doesn't have those samples, then just simply do the Prepare Archive function in the pool window, then you'll be all set. So let me know if that's helpful for you. All right, so we have Jack Seed checking in from Norway. Thanks for joining us. We have Recyclop from Finland. All right, always wonderful to see Kerwin Young checking in from Atlanta, Georgia. We have Tim Weinheimer from Mission Viejo, California, saying hello to all Cubasers using the classic DAW with the latest workflow improvements. Always wonderful to see Sable Winters on. She's like number 32 at 125. If you learn a new tip or trick, make sure you do hit the like button and subscribe. Sorry, my chat field just jumped. All right, we have Nick from Essex in England joining. Thanks for joining us today. All right. You see, in Memento, it's plus 5 degrees Celsius where he's at in Finland. Doesn't sound too bad. Tim K is wondering if the Pixies could do a Cubaser theme for us. Okay, read through comments here. All right, so we see from Stephen Kane says, I guess a follow-up would be I work a lot with extreme stuff and I'm inserting like 8 bars of double bass. Let me clear my throat real quick. And doing a lot of copy paste, and I don't want my notes to overlap an existing note. All right, so one easy way of doing that, let me just... you can do a delete overlaps. So let's say activate the project here. All right, so let's say we cut... All right, so let's say we have something like this and the very end note is overlapping. So let's say it's kind of like that. This event is lasting until, let's say, the end of the measure, but this is overlapping and I wanted to copy and paste like let's say a phrase, but I don't want perhaps this end note to tag on. So let's say I select this measure of notes, so I copy that, and then let's say if we paste, so if I come right here, we paste, this note could be overlapping, but let's say if that is overlapping, let me just, before we paste, let me elongate the part here. All right, so just elongate it here. All right, so I move my playhead to here, and let's say I have just a note that's the same pitch here, where this may cause kind of like a difference. So, but let's say this note is hanging, so this note off message could affect. So there is, if we go to, so if we wanted to paste, let's say, you know, this measure of music, let me just get the placement right so we can see it a little easier. Okay, so I want to take this measure of music, so we'll copy, and then when I come over here, I want this to paste. All right, so we have these two notes that are kind of overlapping, and there's a note underlying this particular note. So if we zoom in, we would have kind of like a note on, and then this would send a note off message in the middle. So if you run into that scenario, there is a preference where you could just come over here under editing to delete overlaps. So now when I paste something on top, that will delete the underlying data. So now if we move this note, we could actually see that note can be split right there. So try when you come over, and you could also just, when you go to functions, you could also just do, you know, there's I think a delete overlaps in here. So you could just choose to delete overlaps. So let me say if I just have these selected, so if I have both those notes selected, let's try going to MIDI functions, and we'll delete overlaps. That we could just have that note automatically cut off right where the overlap had started. So if you just kind of select those particular notes, and you could program a keyboard shortcut. So if it was like the notes that were doubling on top of each other, you could go to your functions and delete the overlaps with that. So let me know if that's helpful, Stephen, or if I'm misunderstanding. All right, we have Anthony Clark sending greetings from Canada. Thanks for joining us today. Nick is reminding everyone to whack the like button. All right, so we have Gome says, who asks, "Hi Greg, what is the best way to align vocals to a drum beat in Cubase 14? Also, what's the best way of start the loop always on the marker?" All right, so let's say if we have a vocal and a drum loop, so maybe if you want to align those rhythmically, so let's say I have vocal here, and let's say we have our drum loop here. So let me just switch this to I have like one contiguous file here. So let's say as we play this, I want these to align the vocals to the drum beat. So let's listen to it real quick here. All right, so I'm going to just come over and let's say on my drum beat, there's a couple ways that we could do it. One is to just go to the hit points, and I'm going to find kind of where the rhythmically significant hit points are. in the file. So we'll just come here, say, okay, we want those as our hit points. We want to adjust our intensity. And then under the create, we could say save groove. Now we look at our Quantize preset. Our Quantize preset is now this particular drum pattern. So now what I could do is come over to my vocals, and this may not be the best case because it's just randomly applied. But now that we're in, we could just come to our vocals now and say, okay, we want to do a quantize. And when you do a quantize with the audio, we want this particular, it's not the grooviest pattern that I chose, but you could just say, okay, let's go to your audio warp. And now we could see when we quantize, and I'll just make this larger so we could see it more visually. So I'm going to select the vocals here, make it a little less large so we can see it kind of in context. And now when I quantize, we can see that those vocals have now kind of shifted. If we undo that and then we quantize again, that those vocals have now shifted to the timing and the groove pattern of the drums. And another question, what's the best way to start the loop always on the marker? So let's say if we have a marker here, so I'm just going to add, let's say a marker track. So I have a marker track here. I'll move it down. Okay. Let's say I just have a marker randomly assigned here in the middle of measure 1, beat 2. So I'm going to, select that particular marker. So if we want to, we could just come over. So let's say I have this track selected. So, and let's say if I have a couple of markers on this track and I'll just place these randomly, I could hit N to go to the next marker and the letter B to go back to the previous marker. And then if I wanted this drum loop to start right where that marker is, so I would move my play position on my marker track here. Then we could just come over and we'll go to the edit menu to move, and we could just say, move event start to cursor. And then we could just navigate that to the cursor position. So if I am here, let's say on this particular track, and I want that, we could just again go to edit, and then you could use the move command or command L or control L, and that will move the start of that to the cursor position, which we aligned with the marker. So let me know if that's helpful for you, Gome. All right, James Lowndes asks, I have a FaderPort I'm using, and when I try to use it and write automation, the points are few and far between, but it only seems with the FaderPort. If I use the mouse, it's better. Any way to fix this? So one of the things that you could do is when you're writing automation, if you open up the automation panel, which you could use the F6 key, the F6 function key, or if you click right here, we could see the automation panel. Go to your settings, and then there's a reduction level. So by default, it's set to 50%. So that will kind of interpolate the automation images. So if you're moving like from, let's say, a value of 40 to 100 over 2 measures, it may not write every single value that you're doing from 40 to 100, but it may kind of interpolate. This is your starting point, this is your ending point. But if you want to see more of automation data being written in, just again, go to your reduction level and set this to 0%. And or I think so set it, I think, to 0, or the reduction level maybe to 100%, but you could adjust the reduction level right here. So again, hit F6, or go to your project menu to your automation panel. You could also access it right from here to settings and adjust the reduction level. All right, so Tony Trunzo says, hi, Greg. Do all the plugins that are redeemed in the vouchers, will they be saved in my list on the download assistant? So I think you get the one Steinberg product is the materials, I think wood and ice. That will be saved. The other programs from like Lander and Arturia, Air, Acoustica, they're all going to be utilizing kind of the download systems for those particular companies. So you won't be able to download the third-party plugins from within the Steinberg ecosystem, just like you don't go to Arturia to download the Steinberg products. So, just kind of make notes, and that's, probably one of the reasons that we're able to procure free versions is kind of like a marketing agreement so that you could be exposed to other plugins. But only the Steinberg one is the one that would be available in the Steinberg Download Assistant. All right, so we see the artist known as Love says, hello, I hope everyone is doing great. Thank you for everything, Greg. I hit the like button. All right, thanks for doing that, and thanks for joining us today. All right, so DJ Stat says, all right, Greg, is there a reason why the icons on my .cpr files are blank, all white? And is there a way to make them show the Cubase icon again? So I don't know what would affect so if I go to, let's say, my Finder here, let me just exit out, and we look at like my .cpr files, and I realize that you might be on Windows, but I've never seen it. I'll just do a quick search to see. All right, just looking real quick online. All right, so just so it looks like one of the things that came up on the Windows platform was just going to be a corrupted icon cache. So I don't think there's any. So it seems more like an operating system issue. But let me just. We'll go over here to Finder. So like when I go to, let's say, my projects, and we see kind of the icons here. So it could be maybe like part of the operating system that's causing an issue with that, and it's kind of outside of Cubase. So it looks like it's, maybe it is... look for, if you Google like ways of clearing the icon cache, corrupted icon cache, you may be able to reset it that way. But I think it's probably going to be something at the operating system level with that. Sorry about that. Never seen that. All right, my chat field just dumped. All right, so we see from Gome says my main synth is a Virus TI. Sometimes the render in place functionality works like a charm. Sometimes it asks to render in real time. I normally record the channels by group to an audio. Any other way? So, you know, if I assume that your main synth, if it's a Virus TI, is that the hardware version? So if it's going to be a hardware version, it's always going to have to be rendered in place because all of this sound generation is happening externally in the synth. So, but let me know, you know, just if it's a software version, but you know, any hardware synth you'll have to render in place in real time. So let me know if it's a software-based instrument or if it's like a VSTI or if it's an actual hardware. That would be helpful for me. All right, Roland Stuff asks, hi Greg, I cut up a vocal track to remove breaths, but later when using audio warp, I need to extend a vocal event a little. Can I make the event longer so I could see the full waveform? Thanks. All right, so let's say, in this case, we've cut up, let's say, our vocal. All right. So a lot of times what I do with breaths is just to simply come over here and let's say if we select the breaths here and then kind of without having to cut, you know, we could just kind of grab just the breaths here and just kind of, and this way it's not cutting it. So, but if we did, let's say if we cut the audio here, we'll take a look at if we physically cut the breaths out here for a couple of these. All right, so let me just split based on that. So I'm hitting Shift X and then delete. Okay, so let's say we've physically cut those particular events. It says needed to extend a vocal event a little bit. Can I make that event larger? So, you know, if you just kind of split it, the underlying audio should be if you just kind of, again, just kind of split like so. If you go to the bottom right-hand corner, and this could depend on your sizing mode, so the default normal sizing, you could still reveal the events that were cut. So let's say in this event here, I'm going to cut out this whole section. Let's say from here to there. So I will erase that section. So if I wanted to get that back, so when we cut it, we're just kind of getting rid of it visually, but if we grab the right bottom edge, we could elongate the audio. Now that behavior may change depending on your sizing mode, so you want that to be in normal sizing, but let's say if you do sizing applies time stretch, that can just simply take that part of the audio and we could stretch it, or if we want to do sizing applies time stretch, you know, we could elongate this whole section to make it longer, but the normal sizing mode that we have here should allow you to just grab the right bottom edge to reveal the previously. So if I erased this section here, I could reveal the left or the left bottom edge to reveal earlier events, or the right bottom edge to reveal later events. So let me know if that's helpful for you, Roland Stuff. All right, we see Burn66 says, I really need to deep dive into Cubase 14. So many great features I have no clue about. Yeah, and I think that's what's great about kind of this format of learning is you could learn so much from other people's questions as well. All right, Jack C just says, is there a way to humanize MIDI that is too rigid too rigidly on the grid. I know about swing, but I was thinking more of generating slight misses and slip ups, making it sound more natural. Okay. So let's come over, and I think I have kind of a very, we'll just come here to this particular event. All right, so say we have so one of the things that we could do, let's say if we're looking at our drum part here, we could say, okay, maybe this is a little, let me just program something super stiff here real quick. Bear with me just a second. All right, so I'm going to do my suburban drum programming here. All right, so let's say we have that. So if you want to, you could apply, so obviously you could do kind of swing. There is like some randomness that you could use. Kind of an easy way is to just, let's say, in the MIDI modifiers. So we'll just come over here. And if you don't see the MIDI modifiers, you could right click and go to setup sections. And you'll see that there will be MIDI modifiers. So I'll just come over here. And then you could just choose, there's like random functions here. So let's say, okay, I want to randomize the position. So let's say we want to just come over. So this way we could apply randomness to the position, or we could also say, let's apply randomness to the velocity. So you could do some stuff like that to make it a little more human. So, and let's say if I want to just make it a little more restricted, so let's say this way, from it not having anything, to again randomizing the position. So let's say we'll go 20 up and 20 down. So that's an easy way. You could also use like the logical editor. So let's say if we turn this off, here we could say, okay, I want to randomize. So we'll come over and say, okay, let's get to your MIDI menu, to the logical editor. We'll select an event, so the logical editor will show up. And here we can say we want to transform. We'll say our node events, but we'll say, okay, we want to transform the position. And we could say we want to set random. All right, so we're going to transform the position, and or let's just we'll just say we want to transform notes, and we want to change their position. And here we could say set to relative random values. So let's say -20. and 20. So if we open up this editor, now when I do this, so where we were originally, now we could just say, okay. And you could set it to kind of random values, and you could do that for not just the note position, but you could do that for velocity, for other, MIDI continuous controllers. So a couple of different approaches there without having to use swing. Nick just went through, described exactly what I just showed. All right, so we have West Star Media just saying hi to everyone. Thanks for joining us. All right, so we see Got Yours says, thanks for the info and the sampler track. I was missing the prepare archive utility that we give to other computers was the issue. So yeah. And now you could do that with, you could also do it with now samples that were dropped into the drum machine, new drum machine as well. All right, wonderful to see Jeff Zabelski checking in from Chico, California. All right, so we see from Tim Weinheimer, is there a key command to move the multi-layered recording to the end of the track without having to use the comp tool to drag it to the end? All right, let me just... All right, let me see if I have... All right, let me just open up different project here. Okay, so let's say we have kind of a multi... Okay, so let's say we have our lanes. Just add my lane events here. All right, so we have our multi-track. So is there a key command to move the multi-layered recording to the end of the track without having to use the comp tool to drag it to the end? So I'm not sure if you want to take like this and move it like that, and we can see that that would be reflected. It's still kind of, so if I drag this out to a later point in time, the lane, I could do this. So let's say if we listen to it now, I take the loop off, we'll hear kind of our variations. So I don't use the comp tool to do that. I just kind of just drag the lane to the track. So now we'll have a variation. And we get to this one, we'll get to the end of the track. So these are all kind of recorded in the same time. So let me know if that's kind of what you want to do, Tim, or if I'm misunderstanding. All right, so you see Benny just says, I can't get it right with noise reduction in SpectralLayers 11 Pro. Has a guitar track that has noise in it. Can you show me? Cubase 14 Pro. So I don't think I have a guitar track with noise, or I may have one. Let me just see if I could. Let me just find it faster in MediaBay here. Okay, so let's say I have kind of like the quintessential telly, and the combination of a Telecaster guitar, single coil pickups, and a fluorescent lamp. So. All right, so ideally, if you have like a little bit of the audio itself, so I'm going to use SpectralLayers Pro for this. So what I'm going to do is we'll just come over here and we'll add it as an extension. So I'm going to add my SpectralLayers extension. All right, and I'm just going to basically just find all right, so let's say this is predominantly a lot of buzz here. So I'm going to, like with my rectangle, just kind of select this area. Okay, so I'm going to go to my modules, and we're going to say we want to denoise, and then I'm going to register that noise of the selected region. And let's go ahead and apply that to the whole file. So now as we listen to it, and without that before, I just did that a couple times, so let's say so again, so I just ran that denoising a couple times, and so try it like that. So try just doing the denoising, and sometimes you may have to do it a couple times to really get it out, but I think you should be able to clean up your guitars pretty easily with that. All right, so we see Jeff Sabelski says Cubase 14 Pro now, thanks for discount. All right. All right, so we see from Stephen Keynes, it says, sorry, real quick, it's more of I'm hitting Apple C and Apple V 100 times. The playhead doesn't move, so it just keeps pasting in the same spot. All right, so if you're, let's say if we have, I'll just add a quick MIDI part here. And one other thing that you could probably do is, let's say I have, I'll just go back to the Bach example real quick. So maybe instead of like copying and pasting multiple times, let's say I have all right, so let's say I want to take this particular measure here. So we're not starting exactly all right, so let's say I'm going to make this the active project. Sorry about that. Okay, so maybe instead of copying and pasting, you could use the duplicate function. All right, so let's say I have these notes here. All right, and let me unmute that so you can hear. Okay, so this is my part here. And let's say this is within a measure. So I want to copy and paste this like 100 times. So maybe what you could do is just actually just select the particular range here. As we do this, make sure that we have this kind of snapped to the grid. So what I would probably do is just select the notes with the range tool and just hold down Command plus the letter D, and then you could just duplicate that bar without having to cut, copy, paste multiple times. So maybe if you want to come over here and say, okay, I want to take measure 11 here, and we could just say, okay, I want to grab those 4 beats right there and just hit Command. So with the range tool, you could just kind of continue to duplicate, and then if you want this to fit within the part, you do that. So that way you don't have to constantly move the Playhead tool with that. So maybe consider the duplication as opposed to copy and paste if it's going to be like the same thing over and over again. Let me know if that works for you, Stephen. All right, so wonderful to see Michael Teams from Weatherford, Texas. All right, Uno Memento is granted Michael Teams. Olvi beer from the Genelec town for you. All right. Now he just needs Genelec speakers probably. You'd probably rather have that than the beer. All right, wonderful to see Vishnu checking in from India. Great to see you on. Thanks for joining us this evening. And Michael Teams has reciprocated with 1 gallon of lemon meringue pie ice cream. See Tim Weinheimer's just paying tributes to Clem Burke, the drummer Blondie, who passed away yesterday. That was kind of sad. He was always very underrated and played a lot of great tracks. I think he also played with Romantics for a bit, right? If memory serves. All right, Marcus Stryman says, Greg, how do you like the added free plugins and the VST from the Cubase update, the materials, Verve, Arturia plates? Yeah, so I was playing with them today. I just got them all installed on my PC. So yeah, I thought, I thought that the Acoustica delay was pretty interesting. It's you can never have enough plate reverbs. Like every plate reverb sounds slightly different by the nature of their design. So having a different flavor of a plate reverb, like from the Arturia. I thought the Soft Tube and Universal Audio plugins were cool as well. And I just started kind of experimenting with the Clevgrand one. It was like a guitar or like a distortion. So yeah, I thought it's great value and the price was right. So. All right. Tim Weinheimer's received 1 gallon of Cherry's Jubilee ice cream. All right. Marcus Strymon says, we love elastic tape, biblical and insane tape speed up effects in musical mode. All right, John Raham says, thanks for doing these. Is there a function to search the markers list for keywords? So I guess it's going to be like the marker track. So let me just add some keywords here. Okay, so let me just... just all right, so I don't think that there's a search function for markers. Yeah, so I don't think that there's a search. Yeah, there might have been in kind of an old function that was phased out. But we may be able to do it in a project logical editor. So let's try the project logical editor. So maybe we could select media type, we'll say is equal to marker, and we'll say name, and we'll say contains, let's say club. All right, so if we come over here, now it automatically selected the marker with the word club in it. So let's say if I want this to be April, so I wanted to find a marker. So we have a marker named April 8th. So let's say if I have this marker selected, we want to select a marker, let's say that has the word April in it. And if we wanted this to navigate to that selection, we may be able to do that as well. It's like maybe under transport. Okay, we can maybe say, see, there's a locate selection. Okay, so we're going to do locate selection start. So let's say my playhead here is at measure 9. I have this selected. We want to search for markers that have the word April in it, and then locate the selection start. So let's see if I do this right. Yeah, so you could then just navigate directly to a marker based on the name. So let me know if that's helpful, kind of what you're looking for. If you wanted to search, I guess another way you could maybe, if you wanted to search, yeah, so you could do that. Use a project logical editor, and if you open up just like a generic preset, you could just fill in this word as your search query. So let me know if that makes sense in what you want to do, John. Sable Winters has received 1 gallon of fresh blackberry ice cream. All right, we see Gomes just says, thank you, Greg. You're welcome. All right, my chat field just jumped. Okay, so back to, all right, so we see Marcus Strayman asks, when I activate separate outs on the VST like drums, kick, can I set that the meta bus does act like a group? It's like that groove agent splits tom, kick, and groove, but the meta bus doesn't control kick. All right, let me see if I understand. It says, when I activate separate outs on VST like drums, kick, can I set that meta bus does act like a group? It's like that groove agent splits ton kick. All right, so if you want to, okay, so I think I understand. So let's say if we're starting off here, I think basically you want to treat those outputs like groups. I think we may have like a shortcut for that. Oh, sorry. I'll just. Okay, so I think maybe we want these to, like the outputs to be routed as groups, is kind of maybe my potential reading of it. Okay, so I'm going to come here. Let's set these to our different outs. So we'll come here to the mixer. Our kick is going to output 2. Let's say our snare to output 3. We'll set hi-hats to output 4. And we'll set room, let's say overheads to output 5, and these to output 6. Okay, so let's say now if we want to route those to groups, so what I want to do here, so we can see that when we go to the routing for these particular channels, that these will go. So I think if we come here, so let's say we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I'm going to add 6 groups. Okay. So I want to maybe select our outputs here, and let's hold down the shift key So these are all kind of going to our stereo out. And now I'm going to hold down my shift key. And let's see if these are now being routed out to their individual groups. So we could, so while these aren't being, these outputs here, if I'm understanding the question right, we want to take these outputs and treat them like groups. So if, if you need to do that, so if you open this up, you can see all the outputs and they'll all be right here in our mix console. So we can see all those outs. So if you wanted to do processing through your external plugins, you could do that. If we wanted to route all those outputs to the groups, we could select the multi-outs here. And then we'll see we have our group channels added here. So I'm going to hold down the shift key and we're going to just route the top one through group 1. And in this case, I called it drum 01, 02, 03, 04. And that way they all sequentially routed sequentially to the groups that were created. So let me know if I'm misunderstanding or if that makes sense for what you want to do, Marcus. All right, we see Kerwin Young saying hi to Michael Teams and Jeff Sabelski. All right. And Michael's quickly granted Kerwin 1 gallon of Rocky Road ice cream. And Jeff Sabelski got 1 gallon of Dreamsicle ice cream. There you see DJ Stats just says, thanks for looking. So we see Sergio Speed says, hello, I have random spikes and very poor performance when monitoring VST instrument. I try everything, power scheme, Windows optimizations. I can't play it if the buffer is set as a very high buffer. So, let me know if it's like what particular instrument that you're running to. So it could be, you could always try, if you're doing a VST instrument kind of like after you have a lot, recording an instrument, it's always tempting. It's like, you're like doing the mix and you have tons of compressors and multi-band compressors, mastering chains. And then when you try to record, when you have all those plugins, like all those plugins could be causing the latency, but what you could try to do when you're recording or tracking is if you go to the lower left-hand corner of the project, you could bypass all latent plugins. Plugins are causing latency. You could disable those just by clicking here, and maybe after you record the part, try to disable the constrained delay compensation and see if that works for you. All right, Jeff Sabelski says, RevPlate 140 looks cool now that it's in my vouchers area from my Steinberg account. All right, Jeff Sabelski says, Dorco for his oboe student today. All right, wonderful to see Mark Rabin from Montana on. Everyone give a big woof to Stella, his dog. We see that he's like number 72. Thank you for that, Mark. I hope you're well. All right, we see just clarification from Sergio. Says it's with Contact. It's one track only. And see Jazz Dude just asking which library it was. It says it happens with all libraries. So, yeah. So it could be a Contact problem. And maybe you could adjust sometimes within instruments. So if I opened up Groove Agent, and I'm sure Contact, I'm not a big Contact user myself, but in Groove Agent, if we go to the options here, you could set how much is used for preload. So you could actually kind of set kind of the maximum preload amount here. So that could make a difference in how much of the particular sounds are loaded into RAM versus streaming from disk, so you may want to see if you could allocate that as well. All right, Stephen Fleming asks, hi Greg, I use OSC and a touch screen for my MIDI remote and it works wonderfully. However, despite using the same command structure, I cannot reliably control the zones in the main project window. So I think it's just, so let's say if we're switching the zones here, I think it's just a tab key to switch between the active zones. Some functions, like you may not be able to, but so it's usually the tab key is default. Some keys you can't necessarily define that are kind of assumed to be in control of the operating system. But let me just see if we could set it up on my remote control here quickly. So let's say if we go to my MIDI remote, go to my nano control here. Great. I'll just do search for zones. All right, so let's see if this is it. No. I think it's under zones. I'll try show next tab. See if that does it. All right, let me just see what happens if we search in a key command and search for the key. Okay, so focus next. So let me see if that's it. Come back. Let me try to focus previous, make sure it's key, I thought. All right, I'll try forward as well. Yeah, it seems like the tab key kind of works as expected when we go to focus. And it looks like that's the function. When we go to the key commands and we search for the tab key, let's focus next. But it doesn't seem like that's carrying over into the MIDI remote. I'll try one more time. I'll try focus back, see if that makes a difference. All right, so focus back kind of went backwards. Let me go to all right, so I hit focus back. We had the lower zone. Now we got the project window, but yeah, it doesn't seem to be triggering from the MIDI remote. I'll bring that to their attention, see if they get it resolved. Sorry you ran into that, but I guess the tab key still works on a computer controller. So maybe touch OSC if you could trigger it just to mimic the tab key. Perhaps that might work. All right. See John Costigan on from Kenosha, Wisconsin. Thanks for joining. Jeff Sabelski is redeeming the Steinberg Metal and Ice. So yeah, it was a really interesting library. All right, Leiki Ueda asks, hello, quick question. I noticed whenever using external effects, there's a lot of CPU burden goes up in my Cubase 14. Is this ever reported? So I haven't run into that. Usually it's not something that's taking a lot of, when you're using the external effects, it is having to shift everything, all of the timing of the tracks, slightly earlier or later in time to compensate for the latency of the effects. But usually that doesn't take a lot of CPU resources. So I haven't run across that. I don't have an external effect connected, and I just have kind of like a 2-in, 2-out interface. But if you want to send me an email at Club Cubase, I could connect an external effect up to my studio computer and see if I run into anything. So you can send it to me at clubcubase at steinberg.de. All right, so we see Jack Seed says, thank you, that's exactly all I needed, appreciate it. And we see Troka on, says, hey Sensei, hey guys, thanks for joining us today. Paul D asks, hi, what's the topic of the stream? So what we do on these live streams is people ask it's just live Q&A, so any questions that you have on using Steinberg software solutions or hardware. You can ask any question and we'll try to resolve it. So it's not necessarily a particular topic on a live stream. It's just whatever questions, think of it more of a Q&A session, and whatever question you have, you can ask freely without any worries. All right, John McDonough Music asks, hi Greg, if I use tempo detection on audio track, can I smooth out the audio to a new single tempo? Thanks. Yeah, so let's take a look at that. All right, I'll just revert to this quickly. Okay, so let's say if we have an audio file that is varying in tempo, which a lot of recordings do, especially ones that were actually recorded with live musicians, it's kind of inevitable. So what I want to do is come over, we have, let's say, a tempo track here. I will just create a new track version of this. All right, let me move this track and its meter track up next to our tempo, just so we can see it all on one screen. Okay, so let's say I have my track playing here. And it's not lined up to the tempo. So what I want to do now is come over. Let's go to my project menu. We'll go to tempo track to tempo detection. All right, so let me just... Okay, so I can turn off musical mode. Sorry about that. Okay, so when you listen to it, it's not aligned with the click. So project, and again, we'll say tempo detection. All right, so now we've figured out what the tempo is, and let's just say, all right, and I want this to be in 4/4 time. All right, so we see we're going to have our tempo variations here. So if I want this to play a perfectly steady tempo, what I need to do now is just to select the event, audio menu to advanced, and we'll say set definition from tempo. So right now my tempo map is fluctuating up and down, and what I'm going to do is just tell Cubase not to follow the tempo. So I'm going to turn off the tempo map and say playback steady at 132, or we'll say 128, which is roughly in the middle here. Just kind of looking at it visually, we'll try 128. Okay, so now when I hit play, it's going to play back a perfect 128 beats a minute, and this audio, since we defined the tempo changes, it's now playing perfectly at 128 beats a minute. So if I want to speed it all up to be... So once you have the tempo detected, select the event, go to audio, to advance, set definition from tempo, and then whatever tempo you have, it will then follow. You could set it to a steady tempo just by telling Cubase not to follow the tempo changes and setting a static value here and playing the tempo, and now it's playing back perfectly steady. So let me know if that's helpful for you. All right, Eric B asks, can someone tell me where I can find a folder with my key commands? All right, so let's go to, if you're on Windows, you can see your application data settings, but if you're on Mac, we'll just come over here, and it's going to be, so we'll go to Go, and I'm going to just come over here, we'll go to your library, I'm going to hold down my Option key, and then we're going to go to, I think it's under Preferences. And then we'll go to Cubase 14. We'll open up that folder, and then there should be a Presets folder. And then you'll see your key command presets here. So this is where you could find, and if you're on Windows, if you just kind of go to the Start menu and then go to your application data folder, like where you start the program from your Start menu, you'll see Open Application Data folder, and then you'll look in that folder for your presets to key command. All right, so we see Sergio Speed just says is contact 8 with cinematic strings give me a lot of trouble. So Yeah, and also depending on how much, like some string libraries, if you have 16 gigs of RAM, may require a lot more than 8 or 16 gigs of RAM to effectively run. All right, so we see from Roland Stuff says, thanks for steering me towards using the lower edge of an event to expand how much you see of it. That was exactly what I needed to know, so grateful. So thanks for asking your question. Stephen Kane just says fluorescent lamp. All right. All right, so Anthony Clark just asks, hi Greg, how to change one-shot samples while having a melody written in MIDI and keep changing the one-shots to choose from? Okay, so I'm not sure if this is maybe in, just take a look if it's in sampler track or like Groove Agent, but let's say if I come over, I think I might have, all right, so let's say, all right, so let's say if I have one note here, we'll just listen to this here. All right, and so we have just one note, and I want to drag this into, let's say, a sampler track. So I'm going to, let's say if we just come to this sampler track, I'm going to drag this in, and I'll normalize it. So we're going to have kind of our one note that's going to be triggered here. All right, so let's say if we're doing it in the sampler track. So if we have this set to one-shot mode, it'll continue to play the original sample, and every time I play a particular note, that sample will play all the way through the end. And when the sample runs out, it'll play all the way through the sample, and if I take one-shot mode off, then every time I play another note, it will play that note until I release. And if you were doing this in Groove Agent, so let's say if I take this particular sample and I migrate it to Groove Agent, and we wanted to change the one shots there. Sorry, let me just. We could select the particular pad, and if we go to sample, here we could have it be in so I think, let's say if we go to the sample here, I think we could enable whether we want it to be one shot, which will kind of play this sample all the way. So we'll hear those notes eventually kind of fade out. Or you could choose, again, if you go to the sample tab while selecting, here you could choose what the one shot or continuous or until release or alternate. So let me know, Anthony, if that's kind of what you were looking for, or if I got the wrong context. All right, we have a question from Peter Morris. Says, can you help me upgrade Cubase 14 Pro from Artist 14 Pro. Now the Quantize bar at the top edge of the page has disappeared. I have a Windows PC. Okay, so it could be when we come over here, if you don't see it, right click at the top and you'll see a setup window. So it could be that the Quantize may be there, but it could be all the way like to the right. So let's say if I come over here and I have my transport controls, you may not see it. So make sure first that the Quantize is checked, and we could change its position by moving it kind of upwards. So if we move it upwards vertically, that moves the particular panel to the left in the screen. So depending on your screen resolution, it could be just kind of off screen. So check first just to make sure. So right click somewhere at the top and that will open up this setup window. Make sure that Quantize is checked, and if if it's checked and you don't see it, try just dragging it upwards, and that should allow you for it to become visible. So depending on your screen resolution, maybe it's kind of just there's too many parameters that can't squeeze in. So again, right click, make sure Quantize is set up, and then grab it and move it to reposition if necessary. And congratulations on upgrading Cubase 14 Pro from Artist. And thanks for joining us on the live stream, Peter. All right, so Jeff Sabelski says he has 6 VI chamber strings with Sordino 2, which is pretty amazing for my use with Dorco Pro 5. All right, WarU303 says, question, about to send a project to someone to help me mix a track. He doesn't have the plugins I have. How can I make tracks rendered with them keeping the EQ as is, so wave rendered with effects, but EQ is retained? Okay, so if you want effects, there's a couple different approaches for this. One is you can just come over, let me open up, let's say, project here. All right, and let's say on this, I'm going to open up different channel EQs. So let's go to my mix here. All right, so say on my drums, I want to apply my channel EQs. So let's adjust. All right, so say, okay, I'm going to come over here. Let's do like really obnoxious EQs here. So let's say my snare. Wait for our snare to come back in. Okay. So we have way too much bass on this track. And way too much mid-range on this snare, let's say here. All right, so what we could do is just come over, let's say we want to do an export audio mixdown. Okay, we could select multiple, and I'm just going to do like just a small section of it. And when we do this, we have the choice. When you select multiple, you have the choice with your effects. So we can say I want to include the inserts in the channel strip. So now we could include the inserts in channel strip, and after this I'm going to create, let's say, a new project. I'm just going to do kind of or I'll just put it into the same project here. So let's create audio track. Okay, so now I'm going to say export audio. All right, and we'll select all the audio channels here. So we'll say export. All right, so now we'll go listen to like our snare drum. So we can see that our obnoxious mid-range has been rendered, our way too much bass, EQ, that's been rendered. So again, once you do the batch export, you could also just come over here, so do your audio mixdown, you could select all of the tracks under the effects area. We could just choose inserts and channel strip, and that way your inserts in all of your EQ will automatically be preserved for you. And then select all the tracks and export. So let me know if that's helpful for you. And thanks for joining us today. All right, wonderful to see Brian Sawyer from Yuma, Arizona. He's been in and out lately. He's getting unpacked in his recent house move. Hope everything's going well with your studio. Jack Bourne asks, if I use a stem separator and have a guitar stem, is there a way to further separate one guitar from another? So I haven't really found anything that separates like two rhythm guitars. You know, it's pretty amazing that you could separate it all. You know, so, but I haven't found anything that will, you know, take like, you know, two electric guitar parts and split those further. So we could do it with drums, like with SpectralLayers, we get to unmix the drums and then unmix the kick, snare, cymbals, and hi-hat. But not for guitars. I don't know anything that does that, you know, but we'll see what the next version of SpectralLayers brings. All right, so we see Stephen Kane says Command D, the duplication might work. He's going to give that a try. Thank you. Okay. All right, so Michael Teams has granted my family and myself 1 gallon of peanut butter chocolate ice cream. Sounds great. Thank you so much. Michael Teams is saying he loves the Arturia 140 emulation. All right, Jeff Sabelski's, as an oboist, is just mentioning maybe after he saw Vishnu join, that India has a double reed history going back thousands of years. Michael Pierce says Clev Grand included with Cubase 13 is awesome. All right. So Jack Bourne says his contact works fine, but I know if Cubase crashes 9 times out of 10, it's because of contact. So, you know, sometimes the samplers can be utilizing a lot of memory and resources. So, all right, my chat field just jumped. Let me find my spot. All right, so you see Michael Pierce just asking if schools everywhere are out for Easter now. Well, everywhere. So I know our spring break, our schools are off next week in the U.S., but there's some different times for spring breaks and Easter holidays. Michael Pierce just says it's very quiet in England. All right, Michael Teams wants people to whack the like button. Michael Teams had a question, but brain fade got him again. So hopefully maybe something will spark the memory for you. All right, Paul D is just asking, has anyone had problems with audio dropouts on Windows PC and had to disable clock speed adjustment in the BIOS to turbo mode to adjust the CPU speed based on load? So I haven't had to do that on my studio PC or my other PCs I've had. All right, so Michael Teams has remembered his question. Says, oh yeah, can you demo the arranger track? I've been moving groups of tracks around. I know there's an easier way. Okay, so let's come over. All right, so what the arranger track is good for is kind of working in a non-linear arrangement in a linear world. So Cubase has really kind of defined the whole concept, and it's been copied by hundreds of companies since, because it was the right paradigm of where we have, our tracks going in time from left to right. We have our tracks going up and down, and we could see exactly when parts are starting, when they're ending, when we have a break. So this concept has been kind of parodied by every company over the years. So, but what if we want to work where and here we see our beginning, our middle, and our end of the project. So pretty easy, and we can move things around. But if we wanted to experiment with different arrangements, this is where the arranger track comes in very handy, because a lot of times you may see the same commercial on TV, maybe a long form web thing, maybe a 1 minute, 30 second, a 15 second, a 5 second preview before you can skip the ad version kind of thing. So a lot of times we may have to work in a non-linear arrangement. So we can take one song and come up with different arrangements of it. So when we're working with this, we can add an arranger track. And as we add, we could right click, add the arranger track. So as we do this, we can now come over here and say, okay, we want to define with our pencil tool. Okay, let's say this is the guitar solo. And maybe I want to repeat just a section of the guitar solo. So we have a subpart within the subpart, within the subpart, etc. These can be labeled. So if I want to come over here, you hold down the Alt or Option and just say, okay, let's label that as our solo. So we could label these particular events as we see fit. So let's come over here. Boom, we've changed our name randomly here. All right, now what we want to do is, now we could come over and we could have what we call a play order. So I could say, let's create a new play order, a new chain. And I'm going to say, let's do our intro. And we'll say, let's do, let's say our chorus. Let's do a 1-bar chorus, and we'll do 4 of these 1-beat courses. And let's go to the intro and then to verse 1. So now when we activate the play order track, so we could turn it on here, and we hit play, instead of it playing from beginning to middle to end, you can now just have it jump around. So it's going to play the chorus. And it's going to play a 1-bar chorus. So let's say after that, I want to go to refrain 2, then refrain 1, and then refrain 2. So instead of having to copy these parts, I could define where these parts are, and then we could just have it jump around. And I was all at once, you kissed my face. The world was like a brand new place. Felt my fears all fly away. So this can go there to refrain 1. And it's going to go back to the refrain 2 and then into the chorus. All at once, you kissed my face. The world was like a brand new place. Felt my fears all fly away. Don't it make you feel good? So, and then you could have, I think, 128 or a number of different arrangements of the same song. And that way you could just export your different arrangements. And at that point, one song could be, instead of having like 6 different versions of one project, you could have one project with 6 different arrangements that could have different play orders. All right, so we see Yazian Trebi just says, I can't change the email address when I sign in security. So, let me know if you're trying to maybe activate like a second version of a trial license on your system. So, but I generally don't have access to, I'm just kind of a dumb product demo guy in the company, but you could, I don't have access to any of the support database information for privacy reasons and stuff. All right, so Paul D just in questions about the BIOS adjustment says, I was once advised to disable this features. It's still a problem with newer computers. Just asking, I haven't noticed any issues with it since I started using Cubase again after many years. So I don't think that, a lot of the system tweaks, I think where people were trying to get as much muscle out of their computer in the past, I think there's a lot of overhead with contemporary computers where a lot of those may not, so I may not be as useful as they were years ago, but I would say, probably I would default to perhaps not doing it. All right, and we see Jazz Dude also says better not switching CPUs, and he's really smart with this stuff. All right, Pastoral Apologetics says, we're watching in Southeast Texas, appreciating how patient and humble you are. Well, thanks for joining us. And my brother lives in Houston, so miss going down and see him as much when I was used to travel through Texas for work. All right, so we see Babel just says, hello, as always, thanks Greg and Steinberg team for doing these live streams. So you're welcome. Always glad to be able to help. All right, Babel just says, Greg, every time I open a new Cubase session, I have to reassign my outputs. Is there any way I can avoid this? It's really starting to get on my nerves. So usually when, usually when Cubase would reassign is when it's starting up and it's not seeing the same audio interface as the last status. So, and sometimes this may happen, you start Cubase and then people will turn on their audio interface after Cubase starts and it's trying to send audio because it realizes how important sending audio out is for people, that it may switch the audio interface from your audio interface if it doesn't see that connection to another device, and then you may have to reset it. So as you're, working with your system, always make sure your audio interface is turned on and the computer is seeing it before Cubase is open, and that usually kind of fixes it. We see Michael Teams kind of saying the same thing. All right, wonderful to see Daniela's Da Vinci Girl on from, I think it's Bochum, Germany. I'm probably saying that wrong. You can let me know if I am. All right, as we see Talarista de Graffiti saying Groove Agent. It's a lot of fun. Great program. All right, so we see Sayum Visai. Could you show me how to make a short film with classical? All right. All right, so let's say if we had a film that we were working with, let's just do a new project here. All right, so import a video file. So I'm not sure if you want like a classical music type of thing, but I'm going to import a video file, and the video file here. All right. And let me just erase. All right, and I'm going to just set my frame rate to match the video. Okay, and I'll just open up a quick instance. I'll just load up a Halion Sonic, and just load up an orchestral library. So I'll do an Iconica. So let me just pop over here, and let's say I want to cheat. So I'm going to do my Iconica ensembles. So let's say, I think we could maybe do like a cartoon orchestra. All right, and with this, I want to, all right, let's see what Situation Room is. All right, I'll just try, we'll go back to our cartoon orchestra here. All right, and with this, I'm going to, let's go to the program. I'm going to turn on a flex phraser. This is part of Halion Sonic. So let's say, we could try just, so now as I play. Let's make this like eighth notes instead. We'll try just a couple other little. And let's go layer maybe like a full brass ensemble with this. All right, so let's add a MIDI track to this. All right, so let's say we have some winds and percussion. So I'm going to add 2 MIDI tracks so that we could add some brass and strings in. We'll start this on channel 2. Right, so now we have all right, let me try legato here for okay. And let me just get my okay, so now you could just kind of come over here. All right, let's add some strings in. Channel 3. All right, and I want my strings to play up, let's say up an octave, so I'll come here to MIDI. So now when I play, we're going to hear the brass, the strings, and our cartoon orchestra. And let me do some string arpeggios just so we can continue, let's say, in our cheating phase here. So let's go to activate my strings. All right, so let's say I just want to play like some block chords here. So let's see if I could just do it from the on-screen keyboard as well. And let's go ahead and just do a quick mix with it. So now all right, so we'll open this up and so now, like, as we kind of work with it, so let's say we'll take our brass down in volume a little bit. All right, so now as we play our video, so I'll just hit F8, or we'll go to our studio menu. Let's open the video player. And we'll just go ahead and I'll just kind of play one chord as we are scoring to video. So let's say we do this. Or even now if I wanted to use the chord pads, I could come over here and so let's say as it's supplying, we'll just and then if you just record that, at that point we could just say, okay, we want to and then all you'd have to do is once you're done, let's say you just, and it's an awful composition example, but just to kind of show you how easy you could do something, is at this point, if you want to export the video, you could now just export the video. You could render a new video file or replace the audio in the existing video file. So, but just kind of using some of the tools that are available in the Steinberg family, you can see how easy it is. All right, next question from Jack Bourne. Does always on top work only for the specific plugin I selected for? I'd like a plugin window to be on top, but it seems like it only works sometimes and I have to keep clicking it. So yeah, it's, you know, for the particular window. So if I'm here and I have, let's say, a delay plugin going on, and we open that plugin, you know, we set the always on top for that. So now when I click elsewhere, that will stay. If I go to a different track, so let's say if I add an audio track here and I want to add a plugin on that audio track, and we add the same plugins, let's say come here to our mono delay, that, you know, this particular plugin, you know, won't, you know, that it's that very particular plugin that will remain on top, and you could always just kind of see exactly when you come over here to your mono delay. So now when I come here, so sometimes, you know, people could have, you know, there's only so much that could always be on top. Another method that you could use is also maybe workspaces. So if you like this particular workspace, we could add this workspace to the project, and we'll just call this 1. And then you could just kind of save the different window layouts for you. So that's another thing that you're able to do, is to use maybe workspaces, but having, you know, a delay plugin from one channel, if you set it to always on top, that's not going to be, that's going to be just for that specific delay plugin and not every plugin of the same type as well. So bear with me just a minute. All right, let's find next question. All right, let's see, Nick saying hi to Mark, Rabin, John Koskin, Michael Pierce, Michael Teams. All right, so Marcus Strymon just asked that when you add Groove Agent, it still has its normal instrument track, but it creates 2 subtracks, Groove Agent and Kick normal. Instrument track now only controls the sub Groove Agent track, not both Groove Agent and Kick. All right, so say I'll just do a new project here, just so All right, so let's say we add a groove agent track. All right, so I'm going to add it as an instrument channel. So add track. Okay, so when you see this, we're going to have just our volume track added. So you see the sub is called groove agent. There's a sub called kick, but the main level above only controls groove agent, not both. So when we have, let's say if we load this up with a kit, okay. Okay, so now let me just, all right, so let's say we have this. All right, so still we have this, but it's, I think when we go to, it says see the sub out, it's called groove agent. There's a sub called kick, but the main level above only controls groove agent, not both. Okay, so, when we're doing this, so let's say if I take my snare, and let me just turn this up in volume a little bit. All right, so the intention when we add a second, like an independent output, and on a beat agent kit, I would just send it right here, let's say to output 2. So we see output 2 is added, but when we select output 2, I could control the volume. So we see our snare is going to be much softer. So that we can, so as we come over here, we could just see in the mix console that these are going to be separated. So that's why we don't necessarily see, the groove agent, all going out of the same output. So as soon as we open up, let me just click on the right thing so we can see it. So now that, we open and start playing the groove agent kit, let me just resize this, sorry about that. We can see that each of these would go to, a dedicated output. So we could separate it there. So when you adjust the main groove agent, this groove agent now has multiple outputs. So it's not going to control all of those outputs. They'll just be independent, which is why we kind of set it independently. And if you wanted to set it in the mixer here, you could do different groups in the internal mixer, but when we want to do this, we could route these to external groups so that each track could have their own processing with third-party plugins as well. So let me know if that makes sense or if I'm misunderstanding still. Okay, Ricky Tera asks, says splitting MIDI event and deleting unnecessary parts still plays the rest of the MIDI data. Also, some of the contact library plays the last part in sustain without the MIDI event. Okay, so let's say if we have kind of like a pad sound. So we'll just come here, let's add. All right, so let's say. All right, so let's say if we have a long part here. All right, so let's say if we have like a long sustained part that we see here. So let's say if we play this, now let's say if I cut the event here and erase it, that we play, we'll listen to it again. So we'll say, okay. All right, so now there is a preference that affects this behavior. So let's say, let's look at the preference. So we'll go to our preferences or settings. And I think it's going to be under editing MIDI to split MIDI events. I think this is what's maybe going on. So if I don't have that preference checked and I split, let's say right here, and I erase the event, you think that those notes would disappear. But the notes are still in this event, and the notes, when we look at it in the editor, let's go ahead and listen to it. So we expect the notes to cut off here, but those notes are still kind of resident in this particular event. So what you would want to do if you want those notes to be cut and not to sustain is go to that preference or setting under editing MIDI and select split MIDI events. So once the split MIDI event is turned on, when I cut the event and erase it, that will split the MIDI notes at that point. So as we play, we'll just sorry, we accidentally unloaded the sound. Let me just. So now when we play the sound, we'll just come here. It's going to cut off right where we split the event. Because, you know, if these notes start in this event and we wanted those notes to continue on because those notes are starting and they should last until they're actually out, just come over here to your preferences or settings, editing MIDI, split MIDI events. And that way when you split the event, the notes underlying will also become split. See, Sable Winter says, I saw a video yesterday of a producer who got a copyright strike using splice samples. Yeah, sometimes the algorithms for rights management are always a little interesting. You know, we've had that phone call before. It's like, yeah, I got a copyright strike on and I used your content. And it's just that someone else used the content and they got a copyright and they probably did like a sound scan of it. And at that point, it's going to, you know, usually it's just like, okay, there's a letter that goes back and forth and says like, oh, this person used the same free sound that I did. But usually, I haven't seen any case or where people have, run into significant issues with it. Most people can actually determine and say this is the sound that came from this freely available source. But sometimes its sound can get attributed to someone else's copyright if they kind of got it copywritten and their sound scan first. So most of the time, it's not so much of an issue, but yeah, I did a YouTube tutorial on how to make like a instrument sample in Hallian, and I just recorded my bass, like a single note on my bass. So it'd hold like an E for like 8 measures and F for 8 measures, just every note on a bass, and that got a copyright strike from YouTube. And I was like, a single note is now copyrightable, and they're like, oh, yep, sorry, this is dumb, sorry. All All right. So we see from Yazian says how to make a song medley. Okay. So if we have kind of like multiple songs, so let's say we're going to do kind of like a new project here. Okay. So I want to take like 3 songs and make a medley of them. Okay, so I'm going to put these on one track. All right, so let's say we have, sorry about that. Let me turn that track to kill volume-wise. All right, so let's say we have like different tempos here. All right, so let's say we have our songs kind of laid out for us here. And, you know, one of the things you could do if you're, you know, so if we wanted to just kind of, you know, come here, let's say to the end of the songs and make transitions. All right, so let's say we don't want any dead space there. What I could do is just kind of drag this over. I'm going to take my snap off and I'm going to turn off delete overlaps in my settings here. They're editing. All right, so let's say we listen to this and like right where that, so let's listen to the end of this where we have that kind of synth stab. All right, so let's say I want to come over here and we want that immediately to go into, let's say, the next song. So this one got truncated here when we imported it. Okay, so we listen to the start of this. All right, so we want that to come maybe like right at the end of the, like right at there. So I'm going to just take this start of this file and we could just kind of overlap it. And if we want to do kind of like a crossfade, so we just eyeball it here and see if this makes sense musically for the edit. And let's say we want maybe more of the attack of the synth hit. And at this point, maybe we want to do like a small crossfade between the two. We can minimize kind of the crossfade. So let's listen to this. So that way we can kind of do our transition between those two songs, and let's add the song at the end. And let's get this tightened up here. So I want this to crossfade into that. So let's just grab the range selection tool. Say we want crossfade between those two, so we can see what this is like. And then if we want to move that event. And if we wanted to edit that that fade in on that clip, we could just kind of come right over here and let's just, so those types of things, if you want those tracks to kind of be seamlessly put together as a medley. We'll listen to the other transition here. So if you want to do like medleys like that, you know, let me know if that's what you want to do, Yazian. All right, wonderful to see JVI on. All right. Sorry, my chat field just jumped. All right, so we see from Babel, Greg, for me, the Playhead location is always so unpredictable. It seems like it decided on random places to go back to all the time. I don't understand the logic of the Playhead position. Can you explain the logic of the Playhead position and different options for how it can function? I just feel like I never know where it's going to want to decide to be next. Okay, so let's say we have 3 songs. I'll change the color on this one so it's a little easier to differentiate. Okay, so there's a couple of different settings. So one of them, if we go to your transport, and we have different start modes. All right, so one of them could be like, okay, return to start position on stop. So let's say I start here, like, and I start my transport here. All right, so now when I stop, it's going to go back to that same position. All right, now if I wanted to continue onward, I would go to the transport and we would just uncheck that. So now when I stop, it's going to stop in place. When I hit the spacebar again, it's going to continue on from that point. So again, if I go to my start mode, we could also just say, okay, so we see our start mode. I have returned to start position. So if I just want to keep checking something, and you could have a key command to turn that function on or off. All right, now other modes that could have an impact on the start mode is, let's say we go to our transport and we see our start mode here. We can say start from the project cursor position. So now wherever my cursor is, it'll start right from that position. Now if we have this set to start from cycle start, so let's say I have a cycle set up and my playhead position is here. If my start mode is set to cycle, goes to cycle start, wherever my current playhead position is, it'll go right to the cycle mode. So I'll come here. So my playhead is back here. It starts right at the left locator to play this selection. So if I'm way over here, if I have an event selected, there's some other choices. We could go to the selection start. So if I have this event selected and my cursor is here, when I hit play, it's going to start at the beginning of the event. So I have this event selected. When I hit play, it's going right to that particular event. Now we could also kind of toggle back and forth between those two modes. So if we go to our start mode, we could say from selection start or cycle start. So if there's no cycle mode, so if I come here, if no event is selected, it goes to the cycle. If there's an event selected, it will go to start from the event. So no event is selected, it's going to go to the cycle. And if it's kind of all, if you want it to go exactly where you click, just simply go to the start mode and choose start from the project position. So now I want to start right from there. I want to start right from there, right from there. It'll go exactly to wherever you click with the cursor position. So again, look under your transport menu to start mode, and you have 5 different options there. So you have 4 options and 1 for the return to start position on or off. So let me know if that's helpful for you, Babel. See, Peter Morris just says, thanks, Greg, that works. You're welcome. All right, Shandan Tridandapani asks, hi Greg, how can I render all individual samples in the pattern sequencer separately so I can export them as multi-tracks for mixing? Okay, so let's come over, let me just move these tracks. All right, so I'm going to add a drum track. Now, the pattern track itself doesn't determine like the routing. The routing is determined by the instrument. So I'm going to create a drum track on a pattern. So we'll come over here. I will open up just a quick preset. All right, so let's say. Okay, so now I'm going to add. So when I come here, I'm going to say, let's go to our group. And here I want to choose my output as being output 2 for the kick. Let's say the snare, I want output 3. And my hi-hat, I want output 4. Okay, so when we come over now, let's go to our pattern editor. Okay, so let's say I want to now throw in all right, and let me just all right, so now we go to our mix console. These are now broken down. All right, so I'm going to drag this event in. All right, so I'm just going to drag this pattern. And now I think if we just go to render in place, and we'll say, let's do our complete signal path. And let me just try doing that as convert it to MIDI. All right, so now so I think this worked maybe a previous version. I'll try this, see if it does it with the MIDI. let me just try, sorry. Try to export audio mix down. And I'm going to select multiple. I'm going to say the VST instrument channels. And I'm going to just say let's make audio tracks and let's export audio. So now we can have and we have everything here. So now we could, so we just do the export. We can now, so go to your export audio mix down, and then from there you could just choose the VST instrument channels. And then on after export, just create an audio track there. All right. All right, Bratman Studio, wonderful to see you on. He's finally made it to the class. It's been a long day already. He says he got the Pro bundle. He's ready to learn. Please start the live stream over. Ha, kidding. I'll just rewind later. All right. All right. You see from DJFK, it says Zeimlich cool. Right, German, maybe. All right, Marcus Strymon just says, this arranger stuff is literally crazy. WTF. What is this dot insanity? Okay, Michael Team says, thanks, Greg. A better understanding now. All right, so we have Brian Sawyer just says, I think he's maybe looking for Nutty Buddy for his ice cream flavor for Michael Teams. Marcus Strymon says, Larry feels like DJing, so it says smack like for Greg, the DJ remixer and arranger now. All right. All right, so we see a question from Micah Maz. It says, when using the media library, if I have a main folder for kick drums, when I make another folder inside the original folder to separate loops versus one-shots, they aren't visible anymore. Why is that? So, you know, if you have kind of a subfolder, so let's say if we're in MediaBay, so one of the things is if it's set up as a favorites, the favorites won't show subfolders. But if you just come over, so, and let's say we go to file browser, so I want to come over to, let's say, documents, so I want to go to projects. All right, so let's say, let me just find somewhere I have some subfolders of audio files. Okay, so let's say I go to my Groove Agent SE, so now I could say, here's my audio folder. And if I wanted to go to, you know, a different folder here, you would just click. But once we have kind of the folder selected, so let's say I go to my audio folder, you would just navigate, you know, here between the one shots and the loops. So we could just say, okay, I want to go, you know, from my audio files here in this folder to audio files there in that folder. So this way you could just kind of, and if you're in the larger MediaBay, we would now just kind of come over here. So we'll go to our media to MediaBay, and we could just have two different folder trees open here. So let's say if we go to, let's say maybe to users, and we'll go to like my projects, my documents folder, Here what we could do is just have, so let's say I want to go to projects. And now I could say, okay, I want this folder to be visible. So as soon as I select this particular folder, we could see all of my audio files. Let me just clear the search query. And if I go to this folder here, I could just, as I come over here, still searching, so I could see all the files of that folder and then all the files of this folder. So, so you may have to select the folder, and if you're doing a favorites, realize that favorites isn't going to allow you to kind of navigate, so you could set a favorite for one-shot kicks, a favorite for loop kicks, and stuff like that. Just let me know if that's helpful for you. Marcus Strymon is looking for more likes. So more people hit the like button. Sometimes you refresh it, you may see the likes. As Michael Teams just mentioned. Okay. So we see Sable Winters says, will Cubasis automatically update on Android? So I don't think it does. I think if you go to the Play Store, let me just take a look. I'll go to my Android phone. Let me just go to my Cubasis. I think I haven't updated it, so let me go to Cubasis 3 here on my phone. So I'm at version 3.6, so I think you might have to update it manually from the Play Store. So I don't think it automatically updates. You might have to go to the Play Store and then update from there. All right, we see John Raham says, thanks, Project Logical Editor is pretty powerful. It'd be great to have it in a marker window. So I'll pass that along as a feature suggestion. All right, Bass Guy asks, does someone know how I can use effects on my audio tracks? So, if you want to have, let's say if we want the audio track here, I'll solo this track, and let's say, okay, we're going to have, let's say, our drum loop. So if I wanted to put effects on this track, I can just come over and we could open up our channel strip. So if we click on the E button here, we can come directly over and say, okay, I want to throw in a reverb on this. So we'll say, okay, let's go to like a reverence reverb. And then if you want to, so we can add effects as an insert, where that's going to be just dedicated to the particular track. We could also add an effect send. So if we want to send this out, so this would go in series. So if I add like a reverb and a flanger afterwards, we could just come over here. The reverb is getting flanged and reverb. So the signal's going through the reverb's then getting flanged, and let's run it through maybe a filter. Now if we wanted to send these out in parallel, I could say like I want this to go to the reverb. I could right click, let's add an effects track to send one. So let's say, okay, I want to add a delay. Then you could send these out in parallel so that we could just have add more of the effect. So we could blend that delay in, and let's say if we want to right click, we could also just add another effects in to say channel 2. So now when we go to reverb, so this way the delays aren't going through the reverb, the signal is going through the reverb independently, and it's going through the delays independently, but the delays aren't feeding the reverb when you use sends, but they can if you use them as inserts. So that's a couple ways that you could route effects to your audio in Cubase. Let me know if that makes sense. All right, and we have another question from Bass Guy asking, does Cubase update automatically? So it's not going to automatically do that, but like when you, if you go to your hub, like when you start a new project, you open this up, you will see, oh, there's a new 14, there's GIFs, you know, there's a 14.02 maintenance update. So you can think of this almost as like your newspaper of like current events at Steinberg that you could access right there. But it doesn't automatically update. I tend not to like programs that automatically update because it's never when you want it to be. So. All right, Bass Guy's next question is, do I update in the license manager? So if you go to the Steinberg download assistant, if you have a previous version of Cubase, what you can do is you can update directly from the Steinberg download manager. And then once you go to your My Products, these are all the products that you have license for. You could select your Cubase 14. And then you'll see the latest version there. So if there's updates, they will generally always show up in the hub to kind of give you a warning without assuming that you want to update automatically. So you'll get like a little news item right there so that you can update and be aware of the update as you start projects and start working with Cubase. All right, Babel asks, Groove Agent, how to save a preset with samples to be able to share the kit with other people. Okay. So let's open up an instance of Groove Agent. All right, so let me just... All right, so we'll open up an instance of Groove Agent here. All right, wrong one, sorry. Sorry about that. All right, so let's say I'm going to drag these samples. So this is my kit, and I want to share my kit with other people. So all you have to do is come right over here. We'll right click, and we'll say export kit with samples. You can give it a name. We'll call this April 8th, 2025. All right, you can, give it a category. So this is going to be drum set, so whatever you want. It's created by, you can put your own name in. All right. Now the trick is you want to say under the export files, there's this little incredibly subtle distinction. You want to say, let's come over here, it's export to files, and we want to choose our folder. So we're going to say, okay, let's add a new folder. We're going to say, let's just navigate here. So we're going to say, okay, we want it to be, sorry, let's just come over here. We're going to navigate back and say, let's go to desktop, and I want to create a new folder in my desktop. And so we'll come over here and say April 8th Groove Agent preset. Okay, so let's say we go to our desktop, and then at this point we'll just we'll create a new folder here, sorry. All right, so now I'll do this, we'll hit OK. And now let's look at my desktop. Here's our April 8th. We'll see our samples, and everything is just backed up right there. There's our April 8th, 2025 preset. So that's how you can do it. So again, make sure you right click here, navigate to the folder, make sure that you choose to export the files here, and that will include the samples at that point. Then you can pass it along to friends and other people. All right, wonderful to see Graham Witcher on from Oxford, England. Jazz Dude's going to copyright the C3 through C4 scale and get rich. It says, what a stupid world we live in. So, yeah. Nick's going to copyright B sharp 2 instead. I'll start with D double flat 2, D double flat 3 scale. So. All right. All right, we have James Daly saying hi from Vancouver. Beautiful city. Got to do seminars there a few times. All right, Nathan Blackwell says, how do you get it to where when you zoom in, it zooms in at the playhead? Okay, so let's say there's a couple of choices here as preferences. So let's say my playhead is here, and I want to zoom on a playhead using the G and H keys. All right, so if we do that, so currently that's how I have it set. Now it could also be for the, there's a preference, so let's go to your preference or settings. And I think it might be under, let's see if it's under zoom. Just check, yeah, under editing, zoom, and then there's use selection, start as the zoom anchor. So let's say if I elongate this part here, all right, so let's say I'm here and I have this selection start. So now when I use G and H, it's going to use that as the selection start as a zoom anchor, but not if my let's say my playhead position is before measure 2, but this is selected. So when I hit H to zoom in, the selection start is going to be the anchor. But again, if you go to your preferences or settings, editing to zoom, I'll uncheck that preference, hit apply. And now when I do this, my playhead cursor is now my zoom anchor. So now you can, again, come right over here and just change that preference. Right here, editing, zoom, use the selection start as zoom anchor. So you could turn that off if you want. All right. Thanks for all the great questions. All right, so you see channel ripoff from Northern Georgia. Hi G, on routing tab, all MIDI inputs. What's the deal with none project track? Okay. All right, so let's look at on the routing tab. Okay, so just see. All right. So all MIDI inputs. What's okay? Maybe it's in the. Okay. Okay. What's the deal with none such project or track? Thanks, Greg. So let me see if it's in the studio setup. If we see it, sorry, in the. Yeah, sorry. Let me just see if it's in here. If we go to the MIDI port setup. Okay, so we see on the routing tab all MIDI inputs. All right, so I don't think it's there. So let's say. Okay, okay, so I know what it is. Sorry for being dense. All right, so we see that's where the input transformer, and what the input transformer will allow you to do is to take incoming MIDI data and let's modify it. So let's say I only have I don't have an expression wheel. So what I could do is go to, and I could do this globally for the project or maybe have a different setting for the track. So right now I'm going to open up the MIDI monitor on this particular track. So I'll go to my MIDI inserts. Let's go to the MIDI monitor. All right, so I'm going to open up my MIDI monitor and I can see that I'm moving my modulation wheel and it is spitting out controller MIDI CC1 of modulation. But let's say I want this particular track. I want to take my modulation wheel and have that spit out MIDI CC11. So I'm going to come to my input transformer. Now, do I want no input transformer so that my MIDI CC1 is always set to MIDI CC1? Do I want there's a project input transformer, so if I always want to do this and apply it to different tracks, or I could have it kind of be specific for a particular track. So I'm going to say let's go to our track, and so what I want to do now is we're going to take our MIDI, our type is equal to a MIDI controller, and we're going to say the MIDI, and we're going to say our subtype is going to be equal to MIDI CC1. So we want to take MIDI CC1 and we're going to change that MIDI message to another MIDI message. So let's say in this case, I want to turn this MIDI CC1 into MIDI CC11. So I move this, we see CC1, we see MIDI CC11, and that's what we want to do. So I'm going to say we're going to take the main value here and we're going to add 10. So now, as we do this, or let's take the subtype, and add 10. So now my MIDI CC1, because I've added CC1, that's our subtype, and I'm adding 10 controller values from CC1 to CC11. We say MIDI controller add 10. It's now on. When I move the mod wheel, it's on. We're transmitting MIDI CC11. I turn this off. We're on MIDI CC1. Turn it off on MIDI CC11. So that allows you to activate the MIDI input transformer. In previous versions of Cubase, it was like this little squiggly line, but it allows you to kind of modify incoming MIDI data to, so you want this MIDI data coming in, you want to change it to other types of MIDI data. Sorry for being dense and not catching that earlier. Channel ripoff. Okay, so we see Robert Gentry asks, Best of all, Greg, how would you suggest comping grouped stacked drum kit parts since using lanes for that many tracks grouped could take up so much room? Thanks. All right, so let's go ahead and create this scenario here. I'll just do new. Okay, so let's add, let's say four tracks just for, we'll do 6 here. All right, so we want to do kind of comping. So I want to come over, let's just set this up and we'll do a couple of recording passes. All right. Okay, so it's our second pass. We'll do like 4 passes. Okay, so now we want to kind of do comping. So I'm going to put all of these into a folder track. So let's come over here. We'll just say move selected tracks to new folder. Okay, and then on the folder itself, we could come over and let me just see if we have it on folder tracks. Okay, so I'm going to add group editing. All right, now, so if we wanted to do comping on all of the parts, and sometimes this could be, so I want to, let's open up the lanes for all of these parts. Sorry, let me just. All right, let me just close the automation lanes. All right. All right, so now we're going to open the lanes. On all of these parts. Okay, so, and I think that you have to kind of open the lanes. Now, when we do this, you really only have to see one. All right, but I think that as we do a comp now, we could have them open but not visible. So if we were doing a comp, I would grab my comp tool, say, okay, I want to hear like this part. Let me just switch my snap to beat. So I want to hear that. This part here, this part, and that part. So let's say these are my choices, but now that I've applied them in group editing, even though the others are open, we'll see that they all make those same changes. So we could do kind of all of the edits on like a multi-track drum. I think they still need to be visible, to be open, but they don't have to be visible. So once group editing has been applied, then all of those comp choices will be applied to all of the other parts. Okay, so we see Sable Winters says, thanks Greg, I should have asked if I must pay for any upgrades to Cubasis at version 4 in the future. So, you know, there's been, I think all of the mobile apps, you know, for the most part, like every update that's been brought to Cubasis on Android, I think over the, 12 years, I think there's only been one paid upgrade on the mobile apps. So we'll know when Cubasis 4 just came out, but as you can see from Cubasis, like 3.5, 3.6, 3.7, and I think we're at 3.7.1.5 now. All of those have been free. So, but we'll see what comes in Cubasis 4. So. All right, we have a question from BB23 King, who asks, can you show me how to start a new guitar project and how to add guitar, DI track, and how to add a guitar plugin? Okay, so let's come over here, close this. Okay, so we'll do a new project. Okay, so whatever audio, try to have every song in a unique folder. So let's say, okay, I want to record a mic'd guitar and a direct guitar through, like that's being recorded with a mic in an amplifier. So I'm going to add 2 audio tracks. All right, so we call this mic'd guitar. And we'll call it DI. We'll just say guitar DI. Okay, so what we want to do is, let's say we have input 2 in our audio interface has a high Z input. If your audio interface has a high Z input, we want to use that for the direct guitar. So here I'm going to just set my input. So if we look at we'll go to your audio connections, and now we'll go to the inputs tab. So I have a stereo in by default. So we want to make sure that this is set up for your audio interface. We could choose, so we have a left and a right input. We could choose these to be inputs or outputs. So probably with our guitar, when we go to add the tracks, I'll just make these as mono tracks. So I'm going to say add audio track. We're going to make them mono. I should have probably done that. So we'll say guitar. We're going to name both of them. Okay. And I'll duplicate that particular track here. All right. Let me just do it one more time. Sorry. So 2 tracks. Audio mono, and we'll call them guitar. Okay, so this one we're going to call guitar mic. So we're going to have a microphone going into input 1. And let's say this is our guitar that's connected DI. Okay, so we want to set probably on your stereo in the left, which is going to be input 1, right is generally going to be input 2. So we'll say our left input for this track, and our high Z input, the guitar is going to be connected directly to the unit itself. So you may have to get like a Y cable or some cable to split it if you want to record simultaneously. So here on the input, we're going to choose our stereo in right. Now, if we want to hear, the one thing to be aware of, if now on our guitar DI, if we want to hear an amp simulator, we would go to plugins, let's say to distortion, to your VST amp rack. And at this point, all of our signal will get sent to the amp rack. If for some reason you're not hearing the signal through the amp rack, go to your studio setup. We're going to select your audio interface and make sure that direct monitoring is unchecked. Once you have that, then we could just come over here. We're going to record enable both tracks. So you could just record enable, and then your microphone is going to go into this channel. The guitar connected to the audio interface going through the VST amp rack is going to be recorded here. Now, if we're recording it as an insert on this particular track, it's going to be recorded dry and then played back through the different guitar amps. So that way you could switch out different guitar amp modelers or different guitar software all in real time and still have the original sound recorded right there. All right, Jeff Sabelski asks, download Assistant in different tabs, doesn't always know if Howie and Sonic 7.12 instrument recommended is already installed. So if it says install again, that indicates that it is installed. So if we look at our instrument here, so let's get to our Steinberg download assistant. So let's say if we go to my Cubase 14 here, so some of it, if it says install again, that means that it is already been installed. But my SQL MIDI loops, we can see it says install. So I could just simply install that, and this would indicate that it has not been installed already. But if it has been already installed, it'll say install again from the Steinberg download assistant. All right, so we see Keith Young says, hello, Greg. Great to see you on, Keith. Hope you're well. Always enjoy seeing your studio pictures on Facebook. Trying to upgrade to 14, does it require 80 gigabytes or does that require gigabytes for the whole of 14? Thank you. Yeah, so when you do that, when you upgrade, so like if you just got Cubase by itself with a 14.02, it's going to be 972 megabytes. All of the other is content. If you have those content packs and instrument sounds already installed, then all of that will, you will not have to reinstall those again. You could just simply, they're already available for you. So you don't have to have a full 80 gigs free. You could just simply, it's 972 megabytes for Cubase. All right, Daniel from Croatia asks, what do you think about lo-fi? I guess as a genre of music. So I tend not to listen to it, but I'm an old guy who, has a kid, so I don't have much time to listen to music. But I think anything that, makes people happy is wonderful. And see, can Cubase 13 Pro without anything else make sellable stuff? AI says it's great for beginners because it's simple to learn, 3 months to get sellable quality and okay. Yeah, so definitely you could do, like when I was starting off in a studio, 30, almost 33 years ago, we would fantasize about having the capabilities of what you have in Cubase and, the things we would have to do to make sessions work and how much money and having full-time maintenance staff 24 hours a day in the studio that could fix anything that broke within 15 minutes so you didn't have to stop the studio clock. So you could definitely make incredible stuff, and we're all incredibly fortunate to be making music in with today's technology. All right, so we see, could you show a bit how to make it with Cubase? So I'm not sure if you want like lo-fi, if you want me to make a lo-fi project. So I'm probably not the best person for that, but you could definitely, we have people, make really good livings, in Cubase. So you could definitely do it. All right, so I know we're running a little late. Let me go to some of the questions that were mailed in really quickly before we run out of time. Thanks for all the great questions from everyone. If you've learned something new, make sure you hit the like button. All right, so we have a question. Hi, Greg. I've got an odd one. I was backing up a remix project today. I've had some old problems with it, taking ages to load, like 5 minutes for some channels. So I'm back up. I noticed the folder was around 14 gigabytes, which seemed rather oversized for something I had edited samples out of the original project to start. The audio folder was only 900 megabytes. And then I noticed the early project files are around what I would expect for the number of revisions and edits I've done, 10 to 30 megabytes. But some of the more recent ones, and it starts with some of the backups, are between 400 and 900 megabytes per project in backup. Any idea what is going on here? Because I'll need to check through everything I've worked on recently and try to save some hard drive space. It just seems very odd. And it says from Cubase 13, last update. So some plugins and some processes and SpectralLayers could be a little guilty of this too. When they need to store all of their settings, we'll store it inside of the Cubase project file. So sometimes if you're doing an ARA2 extension, as you're working, you may notice that once you start unmixing audio files, you're doing, unmixing stems, then all the information needed to replicate some third-party plugins and functionalities, some ARA2 plugins, all that information could get stored into the project file. So if you know that you're pretty much in a good space where you don't need the particular extensions for archival purposes with all of their subsequent files, you could minimize the space of the projects based upon maybe unloading the ARA extensions and resaving. So I think that you'll find it's going to be perhaps like an ARA extension that is going to be the culprit of that. All right, so we have a question. Hi, I have a sample of a snare that I like, but it's short. So in some cases, it just ends too soon. Is there a way to make it longer without modifying the sound itself? All right, so there's a couple of approaches. So let's say I want to drop a snare sound in. Let's just jump over here. Let's go back. Okay, so I'm going to drop this snare sound in, and we listen to it. And let me just take off my punch in and punch out. All right, so if we wanted to kind of modify the length of that snare, a couple of things that we could do is, let's say, I'll just put this into like a loop. Okay, we could just come over, let's go to like a dynamics plugin, and let's check out the envelope shaper. So if we wanted to come here, let's give it like a big attack. So if we're taking just kind of the one sample, you can so you could just simply make the snares longer. And if you wanted to just come over also, so you could do that just as kind of a plugin. So you could do some compression plugins will allow you to do that. Also, if you wanted to do a sizing applies time stretch, you could just say, okay, we want to take that sample, but that may kind of alter the sound. I would probably do, check out like the envelope shaper, and then you could just kind of extend the length of the particular file. So even if we wanted to now just kind of take that with kind of like the same amount of attack and without. All right, next question. All right, so we see what is the simplest way to take a drum loop and convert it to drum track so I could trigger each drum from drum loop with MIDI. All right, so if you have the best way to do this is probably going to be SpectralLayers with the unmixed drums. So let's come over. Okay, so I want to take this drum loop here. We'll just okay, so let's go ahead and all right, so what I'm going to do is we'll go over here to SpectralLayers and we'll say, okay, let's go to SpectralLayers as an extension. All right, and under modules, we'll say unmixed drums. Okay, and now at this point, we have like a kick. So I'm going to just drag my kick over. So I could take like the kick drum, and let's just mute the kick. So now what I could do is take this particular kick drum. I'm going to bounce selection. So I'm going to just do a new track. Let's duplicate the existing track version. So I'm going to duplicate. And then I'm going to bounce selection. All right. And at this point, what I could do is go to my hit points. And I could do this for my snare, hi-hat, etc. I'm going to find kind of the threshold for the hit points, and let's create MIDI notes. And I'll say, okay, let's make it C1. And at that point, we could just have this particular sound. So if I had this as a sampler track, what I could do is let's open up a sampler track. If I wanted to take the kick down here, I'll choose just the start and end. Let's say I just want like when we play the kick. So we'll go ahead and so at this point we could have this MIDI route it to the sampler track. So So that way you could play it in MIDI. So, but the SpectralLayers Pro could allow you to, a lot of times people will play along with the MIDI and kind of cop the feel, but if you really needed to extract it, you could use the unmixed drums from SpectralLayers. Okay. All right, question. Is there a way to import guitar profiles, like importing a MIDI file? So I don't think the Guitar Pro, it probably, if it doesn't export a MIDI file, then, most programs will export a MIDI file, or if it's you want to capture over the guitar tablature, you could just simply take the, you could export it as a music XML or export it as a MIDI file, but the Guitar Pro file format is going to be proprietary to Guitar Pro. All right, anyway, question. Is there a way to see MIDI files in guitar tablature format? So if we want to see guitar tab, let me just open one up here. I think, see if it's in my list here. Open up a quick project. All right, so let me just find. All right, so I want to open up like this particular file here. So let's say I will come over. Let's look at this in our notation. All right, so when we want to go to our settings, let's go to the instrument settings. So we could say, okay, I want to take this and let's come over to, I think, fretted instruments. And we want this to be electric guitar. So we want to do our standard guitar tuning. And now when we do this, we'll say we want to see this as notation and tablature. We'll hit OK, and then we could see all of the guitar tab for us. All right, let's jump back to our live questions. And again, you can send questions in advance to clubcubase@steinberg.de. All right. Okay, so we see from channel ripoff, G in the routing section again. What is the extract sound from tracked preset? All right, so let me just jump to different project here. All right, so let's look at it. All right, so let's say we're in, say, our routing area. The routing section, what is extract sound from track to preset. All right, let me just, so we have our in, out, our drum map. There's program change. All right, so we have our so let me try just adding a instrument track and see if there's, let's choose no VST instrument. Let's see if we do. So I'm not seeing where that's at, but maybe I'll see if I can find it for the next live stream. All right, so we see Tim K says Cubase 14 Pro user with Absolute 6. Do I still have to pay another $15 to get the Hallian Sonic Selection for Cubasis? Seems like many, if not all, of the in-app deals are on my PC already, is all. So I think when we're dealing with the licensing of having to work with different, like working with the Google Play Store, that you might have to. So. Jeff Sabelski says, you're not. Says there are triple sharps and flats to our new composition inspired by a fundamental shall be an A triple sharp. Yeah. I had a contemporary piece I played in orchestra that went from G flat major to F sharp major modulated. So that was pretty annoying to read. All right, so we see Gareth on. All right, let's see how we're doing on time. So we're almost out of time. Let's see if there's a quick question before we wrap up. All right, sorry, my chat field just jumped. All right, so we see Keith Young just says, thank you, Greg, for remembering me suffering a treatment at the moment. All right. All right. Michael Pierce wants everyone to slap the lake. All right. All right, Nathan Blackwolf just says the file that holds the data for the recent projects, is there a way to combine multiple of that to have all the recent projects from multiple computers? Not that I know of. I think it's going to be local to the particular machine and how that list is derived. All right, so with that, I think we are out of time. So again, this will be the last live stream, maybe until the 28th, with my vacation and immediate work trip right after. I want to thank everyone. I'll miss interacting with everyone on the live streams. Hope that everyone's learned a couple of tips or tricks. And with that, we'll go ahead and say goodbye. Everyone, please stay safe and healthy. And I'll see you after my vacation and my corporate kickoff. And we'll see you towards the end of the month. Take care. Goodbye.